Hello, hello. Test. One, two, three. Is the audio good? Can anybody verify? Hey, Rokyumi. And hey, Sheldon. Very good, very good. I'll just give everyone some time to settle in and prepare. We'll start at 8 o'clock proper. Oh, what's this? We have all these things to go through. It's 332 items. Half that because one half is the source files. So just about 150 things. Will be no problem. Yes, every single one of them. Like this one, which is just a menu. But it's important. The release of all of these. Yeah, I was thinking about putting them somewhere on the website where you can download them for whatever reason you would want. Uh, but now that Flash is dead on websites, I mean I can still put it in a zip file or whatever, and you can download it and play it with the standalone Flash player. But yeah, maybe I will release some of them. Some of them are available on the internet at couriers at undisclosed locations. And some of those I will probably rebuild without Flash in the new technology one day. Of course, rougher would also be a valid option. But I haven't looked too much into it yet, how it works. But I guess it's not too complicated. But it's more effort than just putting some shockwave files on a web server and there you go. Nexel is hyped. Yes, today we will finally be playing a game with a name. And with webcam. It's first time with webcam? I think so, yes. I haven't used it before. I hope the quality is acceptable. Barely. Okay. It's the cheapest one I could find. But it should do its job. I hope so at least. You stopped playing CSGO just for me. I'm honored. I'm really honored. Thank you. I even postponed it from yesterday to today because GDQ was still going yesterday. And I thought might be a good idea to not do it during GDQ because a lot of people might want to watch GDQ. Why English? Because I thought it might be interesting for an international audience, yes. At the moment in chat, I only see German people, or German people, but German speaking people, Austrian people. But we might be joined by an international audience, I don't know. And I thought maybe it might be interesting for more people than just the German speaking folks. And you all understand English too, so should be no problem for you. I hope so, at least. I mean, funnily enough, a lot of those things are actually in German because when I started, I just made things in German, and I just gradually started making things in English. A game with a name when I will play it on the stream or what? I'm just gonna go through them chronologically, or I try to at least. You want it now? Do you have a time limit or something? Yes, date created is earlier than date modified. Is more recent than date modified. I will go into this and why this is a problem. I could just. Mm, no, I don't know. I don't want to spoil too much. I have time until 10. Okay. I can see that we will get to it before 10. I'm hoping or expecting to be done with everything within 3 hours. I hope so. Shouldn't take any longer than that. Uh, I can just. I know what I can put up in the meantime. No, something that. There's something like a screensaver. No. Incredibly, 2 minutes. Should I put up like a. Be right back. No. Stream starting soon, yeah. can just like uh, it's not the camera doesn't pick it up. It's just like yes. I should better put it on. Whatever. The question is not legible, yes. Question is, do I ping at here in the Game Dev Cards Discord or do I not? You decide. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. I will put out a tweet and write in Discord and then I will start. A proper tweet with a link. Right now. Fine. Okay. Sheldon says I hear ping is fine. So I will do this. It's your responsibility now. Uh, game stream starting now. Bam. Could you shout out my name? So hyped, let's go. Yeah, shouting out Lex's name. Finally catching one of my streams. Okay, I tweeted and I put on Discord, so let's start this. Okay, so what is this all about? I learned game development through Flash. Well, first I wanted to be an animator, and that's why I looked into what software do animators use, and I got to Flash. So I started using that, and then I found out, hey, with online tutorials you can make games with that. And so I slowly started to learn how to program and make games using those Flash game tutorials. And as you can see here, this is like the folder with all of the things I made with Flash. And I wanted to go through them in chronological order, but for some reason the date created gets reset if you copy files around between hard drives and zip them up and unzip them and whatever. So date created is just 2 days ago. The only thing that remains is the date modified. Uh, so this is still the correct date, but it only tells me what's the thing uh, when I stopped editing something. So it's not the correct thing when they were created, but just when the order in which I stopped working on them. So it's almost chronologically correct, but not entirely. When did I learn? When did I learn how to release games? Never. Uh, Still learning that. But this is the best approximation we can go by, the date modified. And as you can see, I started working with Flash in November of 2008, around that time. Still not learning. I'm trying to learn how to release things. And I stopped working on Flash or with Flash in 2011. But in 2011, I hardly used it. I think the bulk of the things are in 2009 and 2010. but then in 2011 I still edited some things. And what you can see here is all these are the FLA files, are the project files, this is the source, and the SWF files, the shockwave files. That's the export that then you would put onto a website, and which you could then play. Yeah, I think that's all about that. They're roughly, I usually have them sorted in a few categories like games, almost games, stuff, and trash. But I decided I just do away with those categories and just go through them in rough chronological order, so there's a surprises all throughout. So, to start, the first thing, the oldest thing, is this here, which I made by a tutorial, where I learned that you can use the on mouse enter effect script event and then start an animation and let it play. And then you can create this nice effect. And based on that, I modified it and made my own version where you can grow a tree and grow a forest and then burn it down again. I know it's very exciting. You can try to fill out everything without burning it down. That's a bit difficult or interesting. But yeah, that's the first things, and based on this knowledge that you can click on things and then animations start playing. I made this. So you have the stick figures you can crush, and then you can click on those. And this one. And this one was supposed to like grab that one and then throw it away or something like that. But that was already too complicated because there's like two separate objects, so I would have to sync them up somehow and get this animation working so that that's synced. And I couldn't figure that out, so that's everything there is. And another thing I made with this technology of clicking on things and having animations go is like this. As soon as you enter over or hover over it, starts the animation to shoot you. And if you click on him fast enough before he shoots, you shoot him and you win. And you can shoot the bottles. Very exciting. Those there. And with this technology, I already made a two-player game. Like this is supposed one player uses the keyboard to move around with arrow keys, and the second player has the mouse and tries to click on him on that, and then yeah, you squish it. And there are two versions of this. Second version, the keyboard player even has objects to hide behind. Oh, need to be careful. Um, then there. Then this was the first thing where I programmed like made more complicated scripts. Like this game is about a mouse and a cat and a cheese. The mouse player plays with WASD and tries to get to the cheese. Bam! Gets the cheese. And the cat player tries to catch the mouse and tries to prevent it from reaching the cheese. So you can play this on a keyboard, and the cat player can move those crates and can move them inside each other. Why is the cat orange? I have no idea. Probably inspired by Garfield. Uh, I have no idea. And but the mouse can't move those crates. And so the idea is that the cat can like block off those paths and plan ahead and everything, but it's I don't know. It sort of works, but the mouse can just run around. And I've made a variation on that without the crates, where just the mouse is a little bit faster. Well, well, what you will see a lot of is that I just made in the beginning just because I want to try something else, like here with crates and then without crates, but I didn't want to lose the other version. And because I didn't know what source control was back then, and creating a settings menu to toggle these options would be way too much effort, I just like copied the project and changed a few things, and bam, I had my second version of it. So that's that. Then what you will also see a lot is that I have things like named game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. That's just when I didn't know of any name to put there. So that's just game 2 because I didn't know any name for it. So this is just very simple platformer. Can move around, push crates, and get to the exit. Well, wait, I'm soon. That's the last lever, I think. No, no. Yes! I did it! Um, oh, they are all compiled. There's a FLA file and a SWF file for everything, but they sometimes have different modification dates. That usually happens when I edited the project but didn't export it, so there are unsafe changes that are not in the export, but in this case, the export got edited later, so I don't know, I just re-exported it like a few days later because I forgot to export it or something. Not sure. But yeah. Then here's a trash one. It just was supposed to like have a game about a lumberjack. So you go around and cut down trees and stuff, and then there's like a wolf that attacks you and you have to defend yourself. But everything I got I got to was like having the hit collision detection with the thing. Oh, it can fall down the other direction. Yeah, no, they should be. If I sort it by name, then there is everything. It's every FLA file should have an SWF file. I will just go through them in order of SWF files because that's the one I can execute. Uh, then game one. Oh, you're a stick figure, and you can shoot those balls that fall from the sky. And you have two weapons even, like a laser gun, laser sword gun, and a flamethrower. And you try to not get hit on the head. New high score. Then you just restart. Yes. Then the mouse gun things. There should be four of them. I don't know why they all have a different uh date. But yeah, they learned how to have things track the mouse. So I made this where you dodge the bullets. I think the bottom left is the time you've survived, and you can hide here. But the bullets will hit you on their way back. And the bottom right is the lives you have, yeah. It's like only two lives. And bam, score is 28. And again. And again, because a settings menu is too complicated, it's just like four separate files where I just changed a few variables. Like this one just moves back and forth and shoots. It's a bit boring. And where's mouse gun 1 and 2? There. Mouse gun 1. It's like almost the same like the previous one. Oh, and this one. Oh, that's truly hardcore. lie. Oh, where was it? Mousegun things. Then, as I showed earlier, before this beginning, this is just a menu. I have no idea. I think, just testing out buttons or something. I'm not sure. This one, you can control this with the arrow keys and push the things around. And like what I was trying to do here is I knew how to make one object interact with every other object, but I didn't know how to have the other objects also interact with each other. So this one will just go through the other ones. But this darker circle here, this one actually interacts with all the other objects. Yeah, and I did this because by adding like just duplicating a lot of code and making it check for all the other things. And I like didn't know at all how to make this in a way so that every object could interact with every other object. I don't know, it's for some reason that was way too complicated for me. And what you will also see, the collision detection back then, or the first I used, it's like this point collision detection, because what you can do in Flash is give it a pixel on an object, like the top center pixel, and ask it if it intersects with any other object on the scene, and it's like a pixel perfect with every other object. And so this just uses like 4 pixels, top, bottom, left, right, with the other objects to check for collisions. So moving into it head on from left or right or up and down works perfectly. But if you like clip into it from an angle at grease, you can like yeah, clip pretty far into it. And then have like bugs where they get stuck in each other. Then tank. You have tank, you can move around and shoot at the same time and move the turret independently of the way you're driving. This was based on some other tutorial I did on how to make car physics. This auto, yeah, this should be somewhere further down, I think, for some reason. I will get to it. Um, yeah, and here I can rotate with the arrow keys. I can rotate this thing. And just using this method I explained earlier, like checking individual pixels, using this method I try to to simulate as fast as possible a rolling ball. Uh, and of course that was very buggy and didn't work very well. But it's surprising how well it works at all. Because like here it works pretty fine. Because I just check like testing a lot of pixels down there. Is there a slope? In which direction is it? And then accelerating the ball in this direction. Very poor physics. But it almost works. Yeah, this project is like a showcase of all the movement options I knew back then. I think I made this because I was getting tired of always repeating um, the same code to move objects around. So like this is like fixed movement, this is with inertia and friction, this is like the car physics, and this is like spaceship physics. Can rotate in place and move around. And this is pretty early, like compared to the other stuff. Like this should be, I did this much later, but I think it has a very early modified date because I just made this once and then only ever like opened it up to copy the code out of this project. So this was probably in the timeline much further down. There, I made a side-scrolling thingy-majig. I think this was also supposed to be like one player moves around and the other one tries to click the keyboard player. but for some reason I stopped when I made this scrolling, or instead I figured out how to scroll everything. You can fall down there. There. The UFO controls. You have a UFO and you have this tractor beam, and you can pick up objects and carry them around. I was just like, can I do this? And I could do this, yes. I didn't know where to go with this. What to do with this newfound knowledge. Oh, and I can make a looping, right? Yeah. Yo, Sapphire Soul. I feel nice that you're joining us. Um, like a lot of the early things are very bare bones. I promise the further we get, the more interesting the things will become. I hope so. What's this? Oh, this was like inspired by something I saw. I don't remember what it was exactly. But like if you just click on one, they expand until they hit another one, and then they retract again, get smaller again. And then if they hit something, they trigger that one. So it's like a chain reaction thing. And for some reason you have like this green dot you can move with arrow keys, but it has no collision detection or anything. But I thought it would be nice like to have to try to dodge all these things to get like through this somehow. Have it like avoiding those things. But at least it looks nice. Ooh, this is a good one. This is an idea that that I really like. I had a lot of. I don't want to say I had a game design document because I didn't have that back then, but a lot of notes and scribbles on ideas for this game where you like solve puzzles by carrying crates around, and yeah, you have like different types of crates, like explosive ones and one that break easily, some that break harder or less easily. The only interesting thing you can do in this is trying to get the crate all the way up there. Yes. Crate craft, yes. Like I still want to make that puzzle game one day, but for now this is all there is to it. Oh, and I can glitch the if the crate lands on you on top of you, you just get pushed in the ground and then get back to the top. Yeah, and I can jump down. Oh, and I'm gone. This one, this was idea for a tower defense game, or like defend the game, like storm the house or what it's called, like all those flash games. But instead of like shooting them, you have this slingshot and you can shoot projectiles at incoming enemies. But I only got as far as implementing this slingshot mechanic. It's like Angry Birds, but different. When did Angry Birds release? This was 2009. Did Angry Birds release before 2009? Could be. I don't know what this was inspired by. Calm birds, yes. I mean, there should be enemies coming in from left and right side, and using these things should use up your ammunition, but it does none of those things. This counter, yeah, this is like your ammunition. You have 100 ammunition, but it doesn't actually reduce the counter. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not really tower defense. I mean, I say tower defense because you have a tower in the middle and defend it, but actual tower defense games are like top down and like play much differently. I don't know how this genre is called because there are a lot of similar games where you have like on one side your building you need to protect and then enemies storm in from one side. Oh, but yeah, I don't know. It's like that went nowhere. Oh, and this is a remake of a Flash game I really loved playing, also named Avalanche. That's why it's called Avalanche, the project. And actually, yeah, you can bug through that. Um, just bugs you on the top side. And actually, there's an Avalanche 2, which is by the same developers as the original Avalanche Flash game, and it's on Steam. And I highly recommend everyone to play Avalanche 2. It's an amazing game. I really love it. The idea is essentially like blocks fall from the top, and you have to platform up to them. And uh, in Avalanche, the good game, there's like a rising water level that you have to escape from. Um, but here there's nothing like this. And I had like a bug where then I didn't know how to really make them spawn in the proper height, and sometimes they would hit each other in the air, and then they would stop falling and just get stuck high above you, and you could never get up. I mean, like this, I also again can't get up ever again. And this thing, like the thing about Flash games is also like they have a fixed stage size, and if your window is exactly the size, everything is fine. But if it's like, for example, it's wider, then you can see to the left and to the right more. But and if the window is taller, the view extends up above it and below it, so you can see outside of the intended area. But usually in the browser that's no problem because in the browser you have a fixed size. You import your Shockwave files and it never changes. But if you download them and play them in the standalone player, then for if you make them full screen or something, then the aspect ratio often don't match up, and then you get this white space or whatever is outside of the main stage for this game. And I abuse this sometimes to just show you what's outside of the area. You know, there's a point and click. For the different the slingshot game. There's yeah, you can have with point and click. You could also do that. What's this? Oh, yeah, you can. Again, more crates. Crates are really interesting, I tell you. Um, can I space control? No, I think I didn't even get to implement this. You're supposed to pick up the crates and put them on stuff. But I think everything I got done was the movement of this crane. Here there's uh, a recurring theme of cranes. Um, Planet. Oh yeah, this was like my spin on like having this uh games where like gravitational, where gravity is not always down, but you're like on the surface of a planet or something. Like think Super Mario Galaxy. I'm pretty sure this was inspired by Super Mario Galaxy. It's 2009. I'm pretty sure Super Mario Galaxy was released by then. And I did this actually not by like the thing I thought like because implementing this logic for to have gravity always go to the center of this planet and everything that's was way too complicated an idea. But what I could do is have just this one image, uh this one image of this planet, and I just rotate that, and the player is always in the same position, always falls down, but the image which has the collision mask and everything just rotates. Which also has the interesting effect that in the center of the planet, your movement is really slow because that's near the center it rotates just a little bit. And the further you get out, like up there, you're really fast because it's just the image that's rotating. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had the problem like with the speed. I didn't know how to properly fix that so that the speed would be the same everywhere, and so I just gave this up. I didn't know how to make this work. 2007 is Super Mario Galaxy. Yeah, yeah. Then 2009. This was most likely inspired by that. This I can move with arrow keys, and those green or yellow things. I don't know. They have some logic for seeking out the player. I was testing something here, but I'm not sure what. The red ones behave differently. They're also seeking out the player, but they're shaking off much more easily. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. I had some intention for this. Yes. Um. Okay, yeah, this is just again uh two-player movement with arrow keys and WSD. Nothing fancy. This this is very interesting. I mean, it's just a static image, but this was a very ambitious idea, like and a recurring theme. Like you have all these resources you have to collect, like always like six resources in the primary colors. In this case, it's seven with the gray one. But I always have had this like idea of like this game where you collect these resources and do stuff with that. I don't know what exactly. And here I got as far as like drawing this crystal image, recoloring it a bunch of times and applying a bloom effect. And then I didn't know what to do any further. But this theme of multicolored resources will reappear. Oh, here is some tile map thing where you can move around. Can like pick up this red dot and it removes those things, the tiles. And I'm not sure what my original intention for this was, but I had like a problem with this one. There's like a field 2, yeah. Um, because this was the original version actually. I don't know why it's called the 2, but like here I reset everything instantly, and now it does reset instantly. But back then I didn't have a good computer, or like such good computers didn't exist back then. And like clicking this button would just like freeze the game for a few seconds. And I just didn't understand, like didn't know what the game just can freeze for a few seconds. It's like unacceptable. So like one solution was that I like build the whole thing across multiple frames. And like in this version you can like watch it, rebuild everything. And I'm like, you can't do that. It's like it takes far too long. And you might be asking, yeah, well, it's just a tile map, right? Like, why could this take like a few seconds or something? Yeah, back then I didn't know how to do like real tile maps. So every square here is a movie clip. Like in Flash, you have this movie clip, which is an object, and everything. And I just like do collision detection, proper collision detection with each of these objects, and every time I do this, I throw away all the old objects and recreate the new ones, and it's a huge overhead in Flash to create those movie clips, because they like have a lot of metadata. Like each movie clip has its own timeline and stuff like that. Yeah, so I have these two versions, and yeah, didn't really know what else to do here, how to fix that. Just behind an intro animation. Yeah, of course. That's like one way to deal with this. Have loading screens and stuff like that. This one, this is a fun one. Uh, this concept was like you have this machine with all those things you have to keep like as high as possible, and they go down over time, and it's like you get more and more things. Like this one you have to click, keep it up, then this one you have to click and drag to move this up there. And then the third one was supposed to this one, where you like have like a uh thing that rotates, a quiver. Um, how do we call this in English? Uh, a spindle? No, wait. Quiver English. A crank. Yes. You have was supposed to have a crank, and then you crank this up and uh rotate it to get it up to that. But my brain back then couldn't like handle like how do you do this? You have like the first click position, and then each frame you get a new position, and based on those two things you need to calculate all the things, the new angles, and then move this accordingly. But what if the position is like if you move so fast that you like do almost an 180 degrees turn or something like how do I know if you're not just like rotating it backwards or forwards like what or if you skip too much uh at once or if you just like move back and forth here near it like how do I properly detect a user rotating a crank? Yeah, and so I just didn't know how to solve this back then and like just stopped. Just let it stop. I'm not sure why I made this, but I think I made this like one day just to test something. It's rain, that's like how to do a rain effect, I think. Just have all these particles spawn and despawn when they hit the surface, and then you have these areas where there's no rain. Um, this one. It's more crates, everyone. I think you try to dodge. No, you don't try to dodge. I'm not sure. I think this one. I only got as far as this. Yeah, the old ones despawn when there are enough of the crates. No idea where this was going. Ooh, wait, this is actually a good one. But that's not. Wait, there must be a second one. Um, yeah, there's schießerei and there's schießerei test. And the schießerei test is, of course, the more advanced version. So this like was inspired by Lerox or Lero, like the real-time Worms game. So you have the first and second player playing keyboard, and essentially each player has like a machine gun, grenades, and a special weapon that's unique to that uh, player. So like this one has a flamethrower, and this one has this bouncing gun. Uh, okay. Uh, I, I don't know what those have. This one has a shotgun, and this one has mines. But the problem with a lot of these games was like I like to make two-player games, which you can play on one keyboard. The problem is that all the keyboards have like ghosting problems, and you can never properly play them. Um, so we never really played this because when one player is like shooting, the other one can't jump and stuff like that. So although this is pretty polished actually, I don't think we ever really played this much. Just like this. This one has a jetpack. Yeah, like open lyrics, for example. Yeah, then you need the LAN mode. Yeah, but I could only dream of making a networked game back then. There's jetpack. What has this one? Ooh, this one has another one. I really love this one. Yeah. Oh, where was the original one? She's right. Then virus, which is actually a virus, very topical in this day and age. They like control with the arrow key is this green one, and you can touch the red ones to make them blue again. But if a blue one touches a red one, it spreads and both turn red. So you try to turn them all back blue again. And the thing I noticed with this one is like once you like let it get out of control, it's very hard to get it back. But if you catch it like very early, now everything's blue again. I did it. If you catch like there's only one and you catch it, then it's over. Um, but if you let it spread for a while until everything is red, and then try to fix it, it's like almost impossible. Which should everybody be a lesson. Can predict everything. No, wasn't really a prediction of much. It's just like in the real world. Yeah, it's actually like a simulation. Like if I would add like some statistics and graphs to it, like what's the amount of those things that are infected over time and non-infected ones. You could probably use this in somebody would probably use this in a paper or something. Like they have this mathematics simulation. That's what the people talk about. Like our scientists made a simulation, a mathematical simulation to simulate how this pandemic is going, and what's happening is exactly this. And there's like this green guy trying to heal everyone, but oh no, they're spreading again. No, and you don't touch anyone. I dare you. Yes, I made it. And you can observe, yeah, the nice exponential spread. And there's even a this is like a two-player version. Like the green player can make them green, and the yellow player can make them yellow, and then they can battle it out. Who can infect more? It's opposite idea. And I think if a green one and a yellow one touch, they both go blue again. I think. Yeah. But there's like no win condition or anything. It's just nice to play around with. And I have no idea why I made like the resolution this tiny for this game. This is just a test for isometric things. There I realized like if you have this like isometric, then you need to adapt the controls, like because this is like going down and this is going up with the arrow keys, and it doesn't go straight up, but it goes up along the axis of the isometric view. Almost bearded made it, made it. Hello, nice to see you here. You have only missed like one highlight so far. But yeah, this is just some isometric thingamajig. That if you move up and down, it moves diagonally and not on the right speed. Oh, top-down shooter prototype. Can shoot at things. It has a nice impact effect. Yeah, there's not much to this. Just testing out how this works. Isometric exercise. Care to join me? What is this? Ah, it's just a platformer where you can move into this colored rectangles to change your color. Yeah, not sure what this was planned to be, but it's just some platformer. Another platformer. This one, oh wait, what button is it? Ah, space. But this one you have a dash, and you can like aim the dash in 6 different directions. Like just straight, or, or diagonally up, or you can aim it diagonally down. It's like Celeste dash. No, but I think it was inspired by some other game. I don't remember. You have like this dash you can have in multiple directions. Yeah, it's not much to it, but it's fun to play around with. I could probably sell it as an app, yeah. Add a second dash and you have 20% of Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal has a second dash. Nice. I haven't played Doom Eternal yet, but I will get to it eventually. Billiard. Oh yeah, yeah. With this one, I was trying to um like get collision detection of spherical objects of circles, or like not collision detections but also like the resolution, like if two billiard balls hit each other uh right angle, like where do they need to go and stuff like that. And I tried to figure this out, and I was like spending a lot of time on this. And like the initial thing, you can see like this looks almost right, like this one ball hit that one, got fling in this direction, so on. But then and I can click to move this one. But like in every other case, like now this worked seemed fine. Like this seemed fine, but every other case it just bugs out. And like I have no idea what I did wrong. And I just gave it up to make a billiard game. Because physics hard. Colors. Ah, that's that one. It's very simple like game where you like change your colors to move, so you can move in those same colored platforms. Like there are tons of those games. Like if I'm blue, I can stand on the blue stuff. I can change my color to red, do it in the red stuff. And I have like this level. Bleh, bleh. Uh, no, like this. And the spikes, like the red spikes only hit you if you're red, and the blue spikes only if you're blue. Stuff like that. Yeah, this is an often used concept. Like you see this a lot, like dimension switching or something. They call this sometimes. Like Guacamole, uh, and a lot of flash games like this one. I need to fall down here like this, yes, and this, bam, and then I stopped. This level is like half done. Yeah, it's not even like not transparent. What does the second button do? It just goes straight to this one. Okay. Like this is also one thing. For some reason, like often as I'm making like multiple levels, I would like just put a lot of buttons on the first screen, and that's it, like unlabeled buttons, and that's your main menu. This one. Yeah, this one. You have again this idea of collecting multicolored resources. So I'm like this circle, this brown circle here, and I can collect those resources, and those little dudes here try to snag them away from me, try to collect them. So I need to be fast. Oh yeah, and now I've reached my limit, so I need to deposit it in the middle. Like this is for how much I carry, this is how much I've deposited in the middle. Deposited. And yeah, you try to get all those things and then deposit again. And then you probably could have like upgrades and stuff you buy and whatever. I don't know. It's just most of these things is just like the core gameplay loop. And once I had that, it's just like, yeah, whatever, let's do something else now. What's this? Oh, that is almost a fully fleshed game. You like avoid the falling crates, always with the crates again. And it's not enough that you avoid them, you also have them like have this kick attack and have to destroy them to get the points and to make new crates fall down again. I don't know, it's not really balanced because you can just like if you do it slower, then it's very easy to avoid all of them. So why would you ever like destroy a lot of them at once? Like this? Because you just make life hard on yourself and then you get like crushed. Then you're dead. How were the keybinds chosen? WASD, but what beyond that? I remember K. I mean, in this game, it's just arrow keys, but usually my keybinds for any game I made is like uh, WASD and then home row JKL. For some games, I use enter and control and shift and spacebar, but that's very rarely. Mostly, yeah, I I don't know. I think they're really nice keybinds. They have WASD with left hand and right hand. You have JKL. Um, but yeah, it's just have to have something. And here, I was already more advanced with my collision detection and everything. Like I have these balls that like correctly have correct circle collision detection and properly bounce off each other. This was like a milestone. I think this is based on a tutorial, but still, I managed to do it. Without online tutorials, I would have never like gotten anything done. And you can like, I think you can, yeah, you can bug them out and drop them. But they're still not like physically correct because like they keep bouncing off, like they somehow, somewhere energy is increased every time they bounce. So it's not like the energy is stable and it eventually stabilizes. So it's still no correct physical simulation, but it's good enough to just like go like, yeah, this seems believable. Then this one, this interestingly, was inspired by the old Windows Media Player. Had like these visualizations, had like a few of them, and this was one of them that looked more or less like this, and it really like it mesmerized me. And I always thought like I was trying in my head like, what if you had like to avoid all those things like an avoider game, like try to like while I was listening to the music, I would always like move my mouse, have my mouse in the visualization of media player and try to avoid lines and stuff like that. And so I made like this. I mean, they do circles like circle follow you in a strange pattern and make this lines. But there's no actual collision detection. I never implemented that. But you can still pretend there's collision detection. I think that was too complicated to have the collision detection with the lines working. Because if you just do like a pixel precise collision, you can easily, with quick mouse movements, clip through the lines. So that was no option. You just use the pixel collision of Flash. And I didn't know how to properly calculate whether a point crosses the line or not, cross the line between two frames. That was way too advanced math back then. This is trippy, yeah. It's like it's as trippy as the media player visualizations. Ah, yeah, there's the mouse gun and mouse gun 2. I showed them earlier with the other mouse gun projects. Just avoiding things. And if you get hit too many times, you get your score. 11 seconds survived. The mouse gun 2 is much, much harder. Much more interesting. Yes. No. Yeah. That is that. Oh, there. Castle. Again, we see an idea reoccur a bit. Like you have this castle, or in this case, a square or a rectangle, that you need to defend from enemies. And in this case, you're having like platformer controls and just need to stomp on top of the enemies. And they like push you away. And then they drop these things and then, yeah, you can shoot. But the shooting doesn't actually do anything, that's where I stopped. You can still shoot, but it doesn't have any collision detection. It's like, this was supposed like a freeze ray, so you could like freeze them to help you. And it was supposed to be like many other enemies, like a lot of, like flying enemies, then you would like fly in and you needed to like bounce off the lower enemies to get up there and to destroy those. Or if you didn't have anyone low there, you could like go up here and wait until they're there, and you can jump on them. That was the idea at least, but for some reason I never got further than this. I mean, I'm reusing this idea in a jam game I made years later, but it didn't really didn't really do all the things I wanted to do with it. Yes, it is actually a pretty cool concept because I was thinking like, in like Mario, where you have these airships. So these airship levels that you have like they're coming in like those airships, slowly approaching, and you need to platform up to them and then somehow get those airships to destroy them. Uh, like I was like thinking multiple abilities. You could like somehow have a higher jump, or not a higher jump, but something that kind of teleports you up there and walking on ceilings and things like that. And you can just go up there and watch down as they destroy your castle. And but this had really horrible code, so I remade it here with better code structure. But I never could get that thing like where they push you. I never could get this right. Like in this version, for some reason, it never behaved the same way. Like here, it's way, I don't know, it doesn't feel right. Like here, it's really fun. Like if you get pushed away, it's like always behaves like this. It's very consistent. But here, this version with the better code structure, it like I never could get it working like just the same way. Conclusion, keep bad code. Yes, yes, I should have just kept this and done this. Oh, yeah, if you do like this, you can see off screen the objects that I'm spawning. Yeah, this is definitely one idea like I want to revisit one time. Uh, and more in depth than the one time I made that one flash game about goats defending a tower. But that's a different story. There, oh, game 4. This is almost that that project that Lexel wants to see. This is like where the game with the name started. It's just like dodging all those things. Yeah, it's the same level. I mean, the initial idea for this project was you have these levels where you go from left to right. The aspect ratio is like 1 to 3, so they're very long levels. And it's like each time you die, like your corpse was supposed to be an added obstacle or something, or like there would be like mines that you would need to step on them, and so they exploded and cleared. But it would take you a life or something, and you would need to get to the exit within like 10 lives or something. And like I made quite a few levels with this. Like there's fun. There are these yellow ones that go out there when they see you. Um, but then I reached like the last one, like this type here, and this was supposed to push you away. But the movement I have with this one is the static one. Like you just move as long as you press a key, and when you like stop, it immediately stops. There's like no friction, no inertia, and so like it's really weird. Like it's hard to describe. I don't know if you can't really see what's happening, but there's like an independent force applied to it, independent of your movement, and it feels really weird. And to fix that, then I later changed the movement to be like with friction and inertia. And as I always did back then, I thought, oh, but what if I don't want that? Uh, what if I don't want that? I want to go back to that version. And I didn't know version control, so just made a copy of that. And so I have two files of this. And what in the end happened is like this version got abandoned because uh, it turned out the new idea with the friction was just so much better, and I just continued working on that one. That's actually one of the games we will later get to, but I won't take too much away. So this is just an prototype for an autorunner for something endless scrolling. I think every time the tree goes to the end, it respawns there. No, not exactly. Yeah, I think there's nothing left. What might be interesting is this is like one of the default gradients of Flash. Like Flash users will immediately recognize this gradient, and I just slapped it on this tree and in the background. This one, like this is a weird toy thing. You have like this uh circle, and wherever you drag it to, it will just go back exactly the same path, at the exact same path. And I don't know, it was I think learning something with arrays and stuff. And I made this. And what fun thing is like you can try to catch it again. No, no. Right, almost there. Yes, and I can drag it again, and it will just add up to the path. The path. Uh, I could just replace the actions in reverse. I don't know. It's like somehow it's super fascinating, but I don't know. It's not really a game. Ooh, okay. So this one. This is a very me game, so a really complicated game. At that time, I was very fascinated with game theory, with like prisoner dilemma and all those things. So if you know your game theory and stuff like that, um, th- the things I show you will seem familiar to you. And what you have in game theory are like this payout ma matrizen, payout matrices, uh, multiple of payout matrix. Um, And the payout matrix simply like what you have is like each option for each player is one is on the columns, one in the rows, and the intersection, the cell that intersects between the cell and row will have a number that's like what's the payout, or we'll actually have two numbers, the payout for the first player and payout for the second player. And with this way you can model a lot of games. And I was really fascinated by that, so I made a thing based on that. So what this is supposed to be is like it just randomly generates a payout matrix, um, a game payout matrix, and like here in the value is always the same. Like a blue 2 means for the blue player it brings 2 points and none for the other player. So they're not different levels, different payouts for each player, but the same. Um, and each player can like secretly choose one of the options. Like they can choose it and it doesn't show until the other players pick two. And in the end, then whatever both players picked, that's what's the payout. Like now, player two, the player got 2 points. So apparently blue is negative and the red is positive. So I showed this to a friend and he was like super confused and I totally understand. So like you would see here as the blue player. Okay, these two columns are good for me because they have the free and the blue free and the other blue free. And here I have nothing for me. And the red player can see like, okay, this is good for me. There's no blue thing. But there's only a 2 and a 1 and here's a 4. So I could increase my payout by choosing this column and hoping that the blue player will think that he should better go to the middle column. Um, or maybe the blue player thinks, yeah, no, I'm gonna pick the last column, then the red player should take the second row. Or just the first row, then red can never go wrong. And it's just it's just generalizing this concept of this matrix. Like instead of having a game and somehow thinking what's the payout matrix of that, I'm instead just directly generating a payout matrix without any associated game. Because you could probably like create a game based on this matrix. So like just like this, like there would be 3 options for each player and they have defined results based on which option every player takes. But it's all stripped away. It's just raw maths, the raw numbers. Have fun. Uh, yeah. And sometimes they're interesting situations, most often not, because like in these situations, I know, yeah, blue is just in a bad spot. Let's say it like this. Has no real option. And then you can like make it big, like 10 times 10. And then you have this, and it's like nobody can ever reason about this. Like you would need like an hour just to think through your turn, and it wouldn't matter because the other player could just pick one at random, and then all your strategy goes is for nothing. Yes, you could make a good game out of this mechanic if you package it well. It's also called making a proper game and not only the mechanics. You don't need OpenAI on this because this is just like the abstraction layer of a game and everything concrete like rock, paper, scissors. Like just strip rock, paper, scissors away, just here have the raw numbers. And that's what the AI usually use anyway to analyze games and stuff like that. So we're already doing them a favor by giving them the raw matrix. But yeah, that's something I don't know. I'm very fascinated by, but it's not really a game thing. Yeah. Best we move on. The less maths heavy stuff. This is the helicopter game. Again, a two-player versus game. Which buttons do we use? Oh. Just each player has this helicopter and shoots the other one. Luftbrauses. Yeah, it's not exactly Luftbrauses, but something along those lines. And interestingly, this is called Helicopter 2, but it's like the worse version because there's another one, which is the better version for some reason. I don't know. Yes, Lexel, you used to play a lot of this, but not of this, but the other one, this one, which I actually worked on a bit. Like you have different helicopters to pick from, like this cool Apache, um, and different special weapons, um, and then like you can play. What buttons? What buttons do I need? Why did it show that? Can I go back? K and L. I did press K and L. What's going on? This is F, G, K, and L. I don't know. Like you could have a special weapon bomb, and then you can bomb your enemy. Oh, bomb it. Yes. Yeah. I made a lot of those uh multiplayer games where two players play on the same keyboard. Oh, and now I know what's happening. Oh, you need to land very slowly. I didn't have any ammunition. Ah, I have limited ammunition. And once I've shot everything, I need to actually go back to the platform to refill my ammo. Ah. Yeah, and if you just crash, it's like you get destroyed. Yeah, this is one actually. You can actually still play this one at my school on the school computers. What is this? Oh, a tell-based test. Wait, which button? No button. Yeah, this button. This was also supposed to be again two-player versus game. For some reason. Okay, I don't know which buttons. What happened? What did I press? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's true. This is way too advanced. Read the helicopter to can I search this? There is the file. Oh, wait, what? Did this mousegun? There, helicopter 2. Yeah, that's very well. The bad helicopter version. Or the first version, which is somehow called 2. Then this one. I think it's like, yeah, it's like supposed to be, there's supposed to be like a wall between the two blue dots. Um, but somehow the logic, like the code never worked out. I still didn't figure out how to do this. Laser. But then there I figured it out. You have this dude have a laser, you shoot around, shoot these blue things, and if you shoot too long, your laser overheats, and then you can't shoot for a second. And these things just... Ah, I shouldn't drag and drop. You need to shoot them. And it gets really hard at the time because you can't really destroy them all, and I just moved into them. Oh, and there are these green ones. And there it has spawn protection. The green ones move towards you. You can just hug a corner. This one is not so difficult. But like this one is more difficult. It's a decent concept, yeah. It's something it's basically done. It would just need like again the core gameplay loop is done, just need some levels, some polish. Slap on the menu, bam, you've got yourself a game. But no, it's already good enough. Let's do something else. It's just, yes, yes, just. Of course, just just stopping working on it and not creating levels and polish and stuff is of course much easier. And it's like already pretty hard to go across the map now. Yeah. Wall. Oh, this is like one of the first things I coded. You can move the circle with the arrow keys, and if you touch the wall, you get moved to the left. It was like one of the first things where I used the script, where I used ActionScript. It's just the last step, just make the game. I have no idea why this is so far down, why I edited this, why I modified this so late again. But this should be one of the first things I did. This one, you can jump and you can run. Like you can move, it can change your stance, or like with spacebar. Now you're running and now you're walking, but you jump higher. If you're running, you don't jump as high. So to get up there, you have to like jump and then switch to running to get far enough. And it does a little animation when you fall too high, from too high up. And there's more of this. But this time I think, wait. Yeah, you can attack. Isn't this like a really snappy attack animation? You can also like kick. The kick doesn't look half bad actually. But this just looks like shoving and... Oh, you can press up and attack. It does like... Is there anything else now? Yeah, it's just more of the same. Oh, and this can control a lot of them. They were supposed to be enemies, but I didn't know how to do that back then. They can all fall down there. Let's all collect them here. We are one. And a moving platform. But it doesn't actually... It almost works. But not really. Ooh, yeah, this was one test to get my head around controlling multiple units and switching between them. So like you can switch to the next unit and the old unit gets frozen in place. Then you can use that to climb up stuff. No. Yes. And I'm up here. Bam. Yeah. already finished concept. Just make the rest of the game. Bam, you're done. I'm pretty sure there are games with this concept somewhere on some Flash site and on mobile games or whatever. I can use this. Get all the way up there. Thrilling gameplay. No. Yeah. Next one. We gotta keep moving. But it's too interesting. Some turret defense. Press the button to spawn enemies for some reason. I think I just wanted to make this because I drew this very nice explosion animation that I'm very proud of. Yeah, there's not much to this. Ooh, this one actually has like gameplay and stuff. You move around, shoot things, collect power-ups. This is like a rapid fire. Yes, this is rapid fire. And there's like this yellow one, which leaves like a yellow thing that slows you down and enemies. And you try to survive as long as possible. Asteroids plus plus. Wait, what, did I miss something? Oh, quickly we're looking at the file timestamps. Ah, okay, yeah, for you, the date created timestamps are bugged. For some reason they get reset when you copy them from one hard drive to another, apparently. And only the date modified is still preserved. So this just means when I last edited this file, which is most often the day I created it, but not always. So it's not entirely correct, the chronology, the time order of these files. Yeah, I think this is a health, and then you die. And you have upgrades. Very advanced, actually. And health. Elements. Ooh, yes, a very, very ambitious project. Another, supposed to be another fighter, two-player fighter. You pick your abilities and then you, like, fight. There's a secret. There's like the three fire abilities. You can throw this ball, you can spawn a fire in front of you, or you can shoot a fireball. Like the fire that spawns, like just whatever is the next floor that it's in front of you. Yeah, like I can spawn it down there, or in a wall. And I think the fire abilities are the only one I actually implemented. Yeah, this does nothing. Two came. Ooh, this one's actually. I actually played this a bit with friends. So you have to collect these coins or whatever before the other player collects them. And there are all these blocks with different properties, like the black one, bombs. The yellow one is a spring. The green one is just sticky. The brown one like crumbles. The red is lava, instantly kills you. This is ice. Whoop. The gray thing just pushes you up. I think that's everything. And if you lose like all your lives, it shows you a summary. Yes, how much coins you collected and how much lives. I even made like 3 levers for it. And blue is water. No. Bam. The big bomb. Bam. No. Yeah. Getting ever closer to the good games, yes. Tank battle, 2-player tank battle. Choose your weapon. And then you, which buttons, yeah. And then you took it out. And kill the other one. And one is mines. So. I've seen stuff like this. Ooh, a platformer. You play as a circle, or as a ball. And there are 3 types of crates. Easily breakable crates, not so easily breakable crates, and very hard breakable crates. So the yellow ones like almost get destroyed instantly. And the gray ones only very hardly. And you collect those coins. And there's a message. Press down for slow. Yes, you can press down and then go slower as to not destroy everything. But I want to destroy this, so I go fast and fall down. Damn it. And I fall into the endless void. More top-down shooter experiments. You can go into the line of sight and then they shoot at you. I never figured out how to do line of sight through obstacles. Like this one can just see you through everything. Like doing line of sight probably is really difficult. And another thing here is I added the bullets to the player objects as a children. So they move with the player. So after shooting, the bullets will also move. If I go backwards while shooting, it will move slowly. I mean, that's an easy bug to fix, but it's just funny to me. It's a feature, yes. Oh god, this is very complicated to explain, but I can try. This was inspired by some animation I saw about like quantum physics and stuff like that. So you like this quantum thing can jump back and forth, and all those others do the same, they jump around. And you can go into these atoms. I have no idea what that's supposed to be representing. And if you go into one that's already occupied, it will get damaged instead and release energy or something. I think that was like the original intent of that animation. And then you try to be the last one standing. The last one in here. Can like destroy those. No, go away. Damn it. And it's just luck based once you're out of that. Just move around randomly. Oh, ooh. Will I get it? Will I get it? Or will any? Oh yes, good, nice. I win. I win. It's an interesting mechanic, but as uh, like the end goal doesn't make sense. Like I can just wait here and let everybody else duke it out. Like the last man standing thing, or that you have to be the last one in one of those, is a bit weird. But as a game mechanic, it's interesting because it doesn't make sense much. But that makes it interesting, probably. They can, like, if he moves there, I can punch him away. No, go away. I destroy yours. No. Yeah, that's about that. There's nothing more to this. No. Oh, content. Roaring. Ooh, this is nice. There, I experimented more with this, which we had earlier, where I'm using just like the pixel collision to detect slopes and then accelerate the spheres, the, the, the balls. And this is actually a menu. So each of those is a button. Each color is a button, and it will lead to different scenes. Where I'm just testing out different things. This with straight things. The blue one, dark blue one, you can see it almost fits, but it's not exactly correct. The acceleration and stuff. Then you have like this ones. Looks pretty okay. There is a bug, yeah. There you can see the limitations of this way of detecting slopes. Somehow this slope bugs this out. Yeah. And it doesn't really properly like carry over momentum as it would in proper physics simulation. Like I was always trying to create those physics simulations without actually knowing how the proper physics are calculated. So I just tried to approximate it somehow. This one, yeah, here can rotate this with the arrow keys. And one thing I learned here is like how to calculate how much to rotate an object based on how fast it's moving. Like it felt really good finding a usage for like pi and the formulas for like circle circumference and stuff like that. And that is like if you just multiply that stuff, then you get like the distance on the circumference, which is in radians, and then you just need to convert this into degrees, and bam, you've got a object properly rotating at the correct speed that it's rolling in based on its radius. This is game of life. I think nothing more to say about this. Only thing you can see here, this freezes every time everything moves, because every time I calculate a new generation, I do this in one frame, so it just freezes the frame. Here it's not very noticeable because it's a fast PC, but back then it was a very noticeable lag. Yeah, game of life. It's fun. Oh, my stick figures. Um, you can jump, and I think that's it. No, no button does anything. Also, what I want to make it is like a stick figure brawler. There were many attempts at that. This is like one where I'm trying to do animations and so, and, and player movement, but didn't really go further than that. Ooh, this is one. This is like Sokoban, but randomly generated. And to help yourself, if it generates impossible situations, you have like these bombs where you can just blow away the surrounding things and like in one direction everything. Where? How do you get back? And they're actually like different mechanics. So there's the green one. Yeah, green one you can't push into it. You can't push a crate into it, but if you move over it, is removed, and then you can push a crate into it. So I can't push this down, but I can move here, and then I can push this down. Then there are these light brown crates. There you can move two at once. So if you have like this, I can move both of those. And with the normal crates, you wouldn't be able to do this. Like here, if I move right, it's blocked because I only can push one of the dark crates at once, but I can push two of the light crates. What's the next thing? The gray one are holes, so you can push a crate into them, so they disappear. But you can't move on them. The red one is something. Ah, the red one is fire. You can push crates into them and they disappear, but the fire doesn't go away in contrast to holes which disappear if you push a crate into them. So this is good for getting rid of crates that block your way. The blue one. Oh, the blue one makes you jump over it. Yes. So you can use it to cross this way, but you can't easily go the other way. Is there a new color? No. There. The different red. What does it do? I can push it. I can push it into green stuff. So these you can push into green stuff. But not into the other. I can push it into fire and it removes the fire. Oh, I can... No, I can't push it in anything else. What's this? What's this? And then you can have like a giant generated maze which you go through with all these mechanics in them, sprinkled through them. And I would try to get... Wait, can I make this larger? Bit. Oh god. Yes! I made a level. Oh, this is the same large level, but with less different things, and this is just using those. Yeah, so there's somewhere a roguelike Sokoban in here, but I don't know how to make it, or how to balance it. Oh, that's one of the very early ones. I don't know why this is so late in the list, but you can click on stuff and then things happen. And the spiders you have to click in a very specific spot because the hitbox doesn't move with the animation. This is a tile map test that this is based on a tutorial. I just followed the tutorial step by step to learn how to do tile map movement. And then add like a side-scrolling view to this, or side-scrolling gravity, and drop through tiles and ladders. But somehow I can only move down ladders. If I press up, I get trapped inside the tile I'm in. I never managed to figure out what this bug is, how it's caused. I more or less just followed the tutorial, but apparently I made a mistake somewhere. Oh yeah. Ooh, this is where I realized I could have 3D gameplay, but with only 2D graphics. So I can have... I can build this isometric tower, and then you can view it in 3D. In 3D. Very nice. Another defender thing where there are blobs that are running across the screen and you have to shoot them before they reach the other side. We're like supposed to have like the green ones shoot stuff and there are like a lot of colors. The blue ones are slower but take more hits and stuff like that. And you can press this button and it clears the corpses because they were just accumulating and it starts to lag after a while. I mean, it would start. Would take a while until it would lag on this PC, but back in the days it would start lagging really early. No. Yeah, not much to this. Oh, I showed this earlier. The Lero clone. Open Lerox clone. The one had fancy animations, the globs, yeah. Labyrinth! Ooh, this is interesting one. Here I learned how to do, I use the mask feature. You have like this masking, so that you can see another object below the ground only through this circle, which is the mask. And then I made like these labyrinths, and you have to avoid these dudes that try to home in on your location, but have no actual pathfinding. You just move directly to your location, and you have to try to find your way out of this. And it's really hard because the range is really, really low. There's the exit. And you did it! And there's like a few levels of this. This introduces buttons that open doors. There's a button. God damn it. No. Oh, where's the exit? Oh, come here. Yes. Gonna lure him around. And teleporters, of course, yeah. No. What? Why do I have so many teleporters in here? A very Monka-esque game. Yes, a very Monka. It's like a horror game. Oh, this introduces like this stompers. Mm. It's like they will just crush you if you stand besides them. It's like almost impossible if you don't know where to go. And I know where to go and it's still way too hard. I mean, I thought I know where to go. Okay. I have like this. This is just... Oh my god. Ah, yeah. Very simple, but very effective. FU lever, yes. Ooh, this one. Oh, wait, what buttons do I need? Um, so you can send like different units. Like this triangle is moves very fast, but it charges slowly. And other one, the circle or the square charges quicker but moves slowly. And you can somehow change colors. Yes, yes, yes. What? What button did I press? And it's like red is effective against green, and green is effective against blue, and blue is effective against red. And you shoot the other side. Can I rewind? And this is like a two-player mode where two players can duke it out. If I would know which buttons to press. can avoid those. Yeah. The real Rangerman! The Ranger Man is here. Flash the pain. No, it's absolutely no pain. It's amazing. It's cool. It's Flash. Yeah, this is just some movement test. The collision is a bit off. Always throws you back in exactly the opposite direction you came from. Collecting. Oh yeah, this is like with again 2-player keyboard. Arrow keys and WASD. Players can collect those yellow things, then they grow, and if they grow large enough, they can eat the other player. Wait. And the larger you grow, the more inertia you have, and it gets harder to control your square. So like this one has a lot of inertia, and the green one moves a lot quicker, or can change directions quicker. So he has a bit of an advantage to avoid the bigger one. But then the blue one can just eat the other one. Bam. This one has sound. I don't know if the sound is too loud. Just tell me if the mixing is off. It's fine. Nice. So this was like, you can click on them and then you can start their audio cue. And you can make like your own concert. And you can like try to have them in sync. Wait. Oh. Or you could try to have them in some rhythm. Yeah, I wanted to do a lot of those things, but I implemented only those two. What's this? You're in like a pyramid and you try to get to some end or something. And you have a lot of traps and buttons on the floor that activate walls or arrow traps. And falling floors and lots of stuff. And back then I still didn't know how to do line of sight and things like that. So here I faked it. I just go like out into 4 directions and then go a second direction. So like this I would go down and then everywhere would branch out. Like here would go 4 to the left, here 3 to the left, 2 to the left, 1 to the left, and nothing to the left anymore. And like this I almost have a correct lighting. I mean it's not really correct, but it looks believable. So if you're here, you can see in this room because it goes down there and then left to the right. But if you stand around the corner, you can't see in this room. Yeah. Another one of those ideas where just walk around and get lost. This one, you're a ghost and you can stun enemies and then possess them and then use their abilities. So this one has like poison thing, and then you can dash around and stun other enemies. And then go into this one, and the red one just explodes. It's just a suicide. Bam. Bam. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can make a cool game with this, but I don't know what. Bam. Oh, JKL. This is just a sound effect test. Was trying to get sound effects. This is Just saving and loading, because none of my games used saving, save states and anything like that. That was a very new concept to me. This one has very different player characters with different stats. It's all explained in the images what the numbers mean, right? It's like top speed, acceleration, jump height, bounciness. Oh, I think you can like test them out here, and then you go bam, and then you play the level, and then you collect the coins through the hidden exit. Or the yeah, then you can play another one. It's always the same. There's another one that's more advanced. This is 3D. So I followed this tutorial on how to make 3D games in Flash. Or 3D games, or how to render 3D things in Flash. And it completely blew my mind that, wow, you couldn't make 3D stuff in Flash. What? What? Like, it used all those, like, homogeneous coordinates and metrics for position calculation, 4x4 matrix, and Fong shading and all of that things. I didn't understand any of that, but I copied it and added it in my code, and suddenly I had 3D things. But I never really made any game using that. This is just a fancy explosion. Here you can throw the ball really far. And then when it stops, it shows you how far you threw it. From the starting point. So this is like a few meters further. Whee. Damn. This one, I specifically made this one to explain my mother what it means to be on the other side of the world. That like on the other side of Europe is just water. So I really quickly made this. I took a picture of the atlas and made the point appear on an offset. So you see like most of the time on the other side there's just water. Actually, yes, you can. If you go through the center, it would be on the other hemisphere. If you're up there, then the point would be down there. But that's the details. Oh, hey, here I use this 3D tutorial to also add like input. So with arrow keys you can move around. But there's no collision detection or anything. That was way above my league. But you can move into the camera and then. Oh, wait, how does this work? Wait, somehow you can zoom in here. No, not the flash zoom. Okay, I don't know which button it is. Oh. Ah, arrow keys. Yeah, there I explored how to properly zoom something from a to the mouse location. Like if I zoom in here, that the point below the mouse stays below the mouse. So if I zoom in here, then this corner stays where the mouse is. Ah. Game 6. Oh my god, an actual game with an instruction screen. Have upgrades, or not upgrades, but power-ups. Collect the coins and avoid the red stuff. Hmm. And I touched the red one, and I'm dead, and I scored 73. Can you beat my high score? No, you can't, because you can't play it. Another two-player experiment where you're like supposed to race with the other player to the goal. But every time you touch the wall, you get reset, and you're supposed to pick up like power-ups at the question marks, like Mario Kart, to hinder the other player, and then you try to get to the goal. Never really made anything with this. Game 6, yes, as I said, whenever I didn't know I didn't know any name for it, I just named them game and the next three number. So like game 1 to 6 have nothing to do with each other. It's just like things I didn't have a better name for. This one is actually interesting, I think at least. But hard to tell what's going on. So like in biology, you learn things with one of them. Okay, this one. Like analyzes it and tells you which genes it has. It has red, yellow. Uh, Ekik is cornery. No, it's square. Call it square and round. And like you have like this idea. I don't know what the English words are, but like I only know it in German. Like these traits, these genes that like suppress other genes. So like for a thing to be round, it needs to have two rounds because otherwise the corner, the square one, suppresses the other gene. And then like here you can have two and uh, cross them, and their genes get selected randomly. And your goal is to like this is red. Uh, I want the red one. Yes, like this one has red, two reds. And the rarer the trait, the more they sell for. Like this one sells only for one. This sells for six. And yeah. Recessive, yeah, like recessive genes, and the other one. Yeah, and then you try to breed circles, red circles, because that's the best. Red circles are the best. They sell for the most because they're the rarest. Yeah, like this one. Has good genes. And I have no money, so I need to sell things. Oh, another red square. Yes, that's a better one. Oh, they can't afford anything anymore. Damn it. No, I need a red section. Okay. Ah, yeah. Anyway. What is this one? Some experiment on different follow patterns. The one has friction, the other one limited angle. The blue one has limited angle, the red one homes end directly, but with a limited speed. Yeah, there's nothing more to this. Just to see how they behave differently. This was supposed to be some strategy game. But you can only like create in your base, you can create those things, command them around, but can't do anything else. And you have your resources. Uh Black stones and dirt. A smudge and another smudge. Oh, this was to test mini maps. Like this is the grid of the map, and if I move down, then it moves in the map. You can see my location, and if I go back, those circles are lit up because I have been here before. And it's in the background, the numbers are the coordinates of that square. Very exciting. Um, and avoid a game. You play the square, avoid the red things. I think you have like a double jump, yeah. And then you die, and there are different levels. Avoid the red things. Oh, can I die? Yes, game over. And they're like these that chase you. But once they run out of fuel, they just stop chasing you. And you can teleport a bit in front. Because of course you can. And they died. Ooh, slow motion. I looked into how to implement slow motion. Okay, bottom left, you can see the current playback rate. Like this is full speed, and then you can pause it, and then you can slowly ramp up the speed again and have very nice slow motion. Zoom, zoom. This one, oh yeah, you can click to spawn confetti, and then you can juggle it. Very exciting. Yes, slowing time, yeah, it's really interesting, but it's hard to make it into a game properly and to implement it properly. Like this looked fine, but in actuality it has a few incorrectness and inaccuracies. So it's not exactly the same, uh, depending on whether you speed it up or not. Like because the goal would be that no matter what slow motion value you have, the result would always be the same. But getting this right is really, really difficult and requires some advanced math. And then call it braid, yeah. This is one thing I made based on the tutorial. It's just a few points that are pushed around by the mouse, and then you draw lines between them. But it looks really cool. And you can reset it. It looks like it's 3D, but it's not 3D. A name generator. I thought to myself, well, how do you generate a name? And I just created this concept, like you need like vowels and consonants, uh, and uh, like alternate between vowels and consonants, and then you get a pronounceable name. And so this just randomly generates a name based on this. And yeah, and that I actually let this run automated like a whole night, and I wanted to see if it ever generates Anton, but it never did. Uh, so it's very sad, but it generates a lot of other cool names. Gorkis and Mipo. Isure. Have you tried 2 days? Yeah, probably. Give him enough days, it would eventually generate any name. Oh, not any name, but the name I wanted it to. This is based on another game. Basically, every time you touch a surface, gravity changes towards this surface. So if I'm here, gravity is to the right. If I'm on the ceiling, gravity is to the top. I go like this, and I go like this. And jump there, and bam! I played through it. With the good name of question mark, question mark, question mark. A strategy game I tried to make. Okay, this is a tough one because I didn't label any of the buttons. So you have like free resources, and you can like, okay, I don't own this. Ah, this is the capture button. Okay, so you can capture something, and then there's the next turn, and then I can build like. We need more wood. Oh damn it. Can like build a lumber yard. This gives me wood. And like these numbers show you, like this is very good for food. So I would capture this and build a farm on it. Bam. And then you get a lot of food from that. And then you can like upgrade it. No, that's the sell button. Then you can upgrade it and then you get more. And then I wanted to have like enemy factions you can fight against and have like armies. But I never managed to do this. It was too complicated. Just give me wood. Yeah. Ooh, battle stick. Even has a title animation. Bam. Inspired by all the stick games I played, like stick figure games. Like I'll spend a lot of time on stickpage.com, which has a lot of games and animations and everything based on stick figures. And like you have different weapons, like a shotgun. That's totally how you reload the shotgun, right? Uh, and more crates you can destroy. They've even like the crosshair. You can see like now it's very accurate, but if I shoot more, then it gets less and less accurate. But if I just shoot in bursts, it's more accurate. Accurate. And then you find ammunition. And that's basically everything there is this. Bam. And what is reload animation? That looks actually half decent. But there I'm not sure if this is how you do a shotgun. And the machine gun doesn't even have one. Oh, here I tried to make an RPG, but I didn't get very far. You have all these stats and everything that don't do anything. You can choose an opponent and then only the attack button does something. Like it's really complicated to make an RPG battle system. I always get stuck. Or when it gets to the more intricate things. Yeah, there's not much to this. There's this cars thing I made based on a tutorial. Which we saw other things that were based on this already. So this is out of order. This is this thing again. But I think, yeah, with more levels and more things. Damn it. Which is a good one. No! This mine is too... Can I jump on top of this? There's like spikes and I just fell through it. God damn it. And wind, and you can collect the coins. And I think there are more levels, but the selected level is like selected at random when you start it. So you have to like reboot it, restart it to get a different level. No, there's another one, a larger level. Okay, I can get it. I can get it. You just have to believe. I need some RNGs in chat. Yes! I got it. Oh, I need one that can jump higher. Is this high enough? No. The floaty one. Damn spikes. Yeah, this was almost a complete platform. What is this? Oh, this is um there I step by step got made something where you can uh mix different things like the colors properly mixed proportionally to how large the blob is. So like this would get the colors of this one. No, it's gone. Like just like mix together blobs of different colors and different sizes and then calculate what the resulting color would be. And at the end, it's always gray. Like, like this can make a very red one and a very blue one. And if you mix them together, you get a purple one. And then you make a green one and mix it and it's gray. It's always gray. Uh, these are just some experiments on how to get things follow a point. This was a very early one. I don't know why it's here so late. Because I think I added to it over time. Half the buttons don't do anything. Three different ways to fly a missile. Oh, this is nice. I think I made this based on a tutorial. I'm not sure. Oh, this is reading something from an external file, which I never did. Ninja game! Yes! This is one of the things that I think are really cool, actually. Choo. You play as this ninja and you have like all these different attacks. But the most powerful is just doing the spin jump. Spin jump OP, please nerf. And you can block. And you can block the bullets. No, come here. Bam. Yes, yes. No. And I'm dead. And then these dudes with big swords. And they like hit you, but you can like roll past them. Oh, god damn it. die. And there are dudes with machine guns. I think those are the last ones. Boom. No! This unlocked me! Damn it. Yeah. This is everything about this. Chop, chop, chop. Chop. So what's this? Yeah, it's just more of the same. No. Mm. Yes, ninja game. Step, save, reload, game, repeat. Press play, literally 1 millisecond later, game over. Yes, this happens sometimes. This is a cellular-based thing. How is it called? Cellular automata or something like that. It's like water, cell-based, so it simulates every cell, each step. And this is like water, but I never could it get quite right because the water has like a drift to the left. So the water would always go like left, it would never go, would be even. Then there's like fire, and fire and water creates clouds. And if there are too much clouds, they rain down again. Uh, and this creates like plants which can burn again. Wait, I need to stop it. Oh, can randomize it. I need to stop it here. Like if this is all plants, you create a fire here, it will burn everything. Then you can drop water on top of it. And then it goes up there. And there's like this one. I think this one doesn't make much sense. It's like if steam touches it, it creates fire. Doesn't make any sense. This is just ashes that become plants if water touches it, and brown are just walls. Just indestructible walls you can create. This is of course inspired by the Bowler game. One of the coolest things ever. And it sort of works. You can randomize everything, and then it's always everything on fire. Game 7. Whoa! Tile-based game with a character, and you can climb stuff, and there are different types of tiles, like ice tiles you slide on, these climbable tiles, destructible tiles, and these enemies that I can punch. And the coins I can collect. Oh. And these tiles you can go through from below. Them. And I'm dead. Game 4 sliding. Ooh, that's already the game with no name. Or the game with no name. The game with a name. But this is not the most up-to-date version, because this is only beta 2.5. For some reason, this is not the most recent version, but I'm gonna play version 1.1, version 1.0. Where's the release? There's the release. It's here, version 1.0. this game is like the largest game I've made yet. Like it's one I'm very proud of. The only thing I'm not proud of is this initial screen where you like have to select your profile and then give it a name and something. Because it's very confusing and people don't get it. And then if you create it without changing the name, it says you're too stupid to change the name. Uh, this was my sort of humor back then. Yeah, and there are all sorts of different uh, uh different cheat codes. Bam, Master Chief, all chapters unlocked. Humor, yes. So what is this game about? It even has a two-player mode. It's the one prototype I showed earlier, but this time with actual cool things going on. Like the movement is like now inertia based, like you have a bit of friction and inertia, and like those work. Oh, and there are a few sound effects actually. When you die, it goes like no, like this one attracts you, this one shoots at you. No, no. There's all sorts of things, like this one, this one. There's like these invisible ones, the ones that follow you in a strange pattern. These that alternate between being bouncy and spiky. Yeah, and there's actually like 10 chapters to it with 10 levels each. And like it tracks your past times and scores. Oh, and there's a really loud sound effect. Uh, I hope the audio mixing is okay in the stream. I've turned it down a lot, so I hope it shouldn't be too loud. Yo, Shaq, get good. I'm getting good. I'm playing my game. My best game yet. My largest and best game I've ever made. Whoa. Damn it. Yes. God damn it. Yeah, there are like all the enemy types that exist. For some reason I thought it was cool to make a level where all of them are here. There's like this one that jumps at you. Yes, and now I'm gonna play through the game with a name. What could go wrong? There are exactly 0 porn games I made for Newgrounds. No. Yes, but this is an actually good game that's also playable somewhere on the internet at a hidden location. Uh, Probably gonna give it a proper site, a proper place to stay, and to have more people play it. And then eventually the remake and publish it on Steam, because that's what you do nowadays, of course. Damn it. No. Stupid level. There's like even the statistics, it shows you for each enemy how often you died to it. And you can click an enemy for more enemy. It shows you how often you got killed. And it updates in real time. Even some options. C randomizes the color, background color. Yeah, and there's like cheat code. And you can like go to the interesting chapters. And there's like this one where everything is gigantic. Damn it. Ah, it's too hard. Who made this game so hard? It's, wha- yeah, I think you get the idea. Really good game. I should do a proper stream where I just play through it once. I'm really proud of this. Show DD mode. Yes, I can show DD mode. So if you name your save game DD, the game changes a bit. Namely, all the blue enemies suddenly just slightly attract the player. It's like you're magnetic. There's a history to it. Why this is the way it is. But I don't think that's important. Where was I? Game 4 sliding was game 7. Oh, okay. This is something. Ball bounces around, you avoid it. Not very interesting. Oh, two things that chase the player. And you see which one last touched the player. This one. Oh, this is just a different version of this color changing game. But here, very importantly, colors. In contrast to this one, it doesn't have outlines on the platforms. Yes, it's a very important change. I wasn't sure which was better, which of course means you need to make two versions of it. And then don't develop any of it. Okay, you are asking why Didi? Didi is a friend of mine who always playtested my games back in the day. He always, like, we were driving on the bus um, every morning to school, but he went to had a different class. So we just mostly met in the morning in the bus, and in the bus I had my laptop with me most of the time, and then he playtested them, especially the game with a name. Tested it every time, every day. But he was very bad at the game and just kept dying because the game is hard. It's totally understandable. And he, the most common reason for him to die would be these blue enemies. Like you have a level full of all those moving enemies and whatever, he would just go crash into the blue ones that don't move. And it's like, why do you hit those? They don't even move. There's like the least challenging ones. And so to give him an excuse, I added DD mode. So when he names his save file DD, All the blue ones are actually magnetic, and so it's of course way more reasonable to die to those because they are obviously the hardest one, the hardest enemies. That's that's the whole story behind DD mode. And now you have it. And now I don't find my thing anymore. The colors free. Game free. Another two-player avoiding game. Try to survive as long as possible. Or get to the end. No, not this. Or play Pong for some reason. This was like a minigame collection, sort of. Yeah, with 2.5 games. Yeah. Side view. Okay, this is a thing. Like first there's this strange effect that I created for some reason. Like you have all these after images of the player character, of this circle that follow you at various speeds, and it gives this strange trail effect. And I somehow like this. And there are these two types of platforms, the yellow ones, which are just like bouncy pads, and the green ones, which make you stick to them. So like here you need to avoid the yellow ones. Whoa. God damn it. After image. Also, because of after. Huh. No. Yes. And there's this one part, like here, where I can go left, and it creates this endless corridor thing situation, where you're always teleported back to the other side. So it looks like it's an endless corridor. But if you go the other direction, and if I let the trail catch up with me, then you can actually find something. And then you get back to this place, and you're back at the beginning. Damn it. Yeah, that is this. Uh, my attempt at making that game, the game genre where you have turrets and try to shoot each other by just determining angle and velocity. The angle and force. So up there is the wind. So now right now it would blow it over there. And there were supposed to be like crates you could shoot to get power-ups and stuff like that. But yeah, this never went anywhere. You can click here to generate dots, and then you can drag them over there to recolor them. I have no idea why this is a thing, but it's a thing. Nice. Physics. Ooh, I made this to help myself with some physics uh exercises. Because you have always this thing where you calculate like it's thrown at a 40-degree angle with this velocity. Where is it? Okay, that's not right. Why is this not right? Oh dear. God damn it. I don't even know anymore what's the correct values I could use. 45 degrees should be fine. It's like, let's try 20. It just falls down. No, it's like, yeah, like this. So you see in each step, after so much seconds, it's at this position, it has this velocity. Yeah. Uh, Another stick figure thing. Where destroy crates. And somehow, I think... Yeah, you can change the weapon that you have equipped, but it just changes the sprite. It's still the same attack animation. And you destroy more crates. Uh, Side scroller thing. It is just a few levels. There spawn more crates. For some reason. Yeah, don't think there's anything. Sketchbook. I learned how to draw lines in Flash. Can like color, give them different colors. So you can like create like a smiley face. And then cover it all up. Draw something else instead. Like a hill. Uh, with a tree. And if you now save it and load it, it just redoes all your lines you did. And I think that's really cool. All the sprites were created with this. No, all the sprites were created with Flash. Was because it lets you easily create vector graphics, which is really cool. Tic-tac-toe. I made tic-tac-toe. I artificially paused the game or wait a second before I let the enemy move or the AI move, because otherwise it would just instantly place the blue circle when you click, and it would be very disorienting. Like it was very confusing. You just click and then suddenly the blue circle immediately appears somewhere else when you click. So I just add this timer, waits half a second or something, and then it calculates the AI. There's like a few modes that don't make sense, like reverse. You try to avoid making three in a row. So I just lost. No, I shouldn't. No, I'm bad at this. I'm so used to getting three in a row. So I would have uh this one where if you make three in a row, they disappear. And if you're the last one to make a move, you lose. Something like that. It doesn't really make much sense. Uh, uh, God damn it. Okay, or it just does never end. That's also an option, apparently. Bam! And he was the last to make the move, so I won. uh, this one. You defend your whatever against these enemies. And the idea is you have three types of ammunition, of weapons. You have like this machine gun, shoots fast. You have this acid gun that slows down enemies and does damage over time. And then you have this fireball thing that does an explosion and burns things. And the idea is that like every enemy interacts differently with each ammo type. So like these ones start to run around if you burn them, so that's bad. This one explodes, that helps you. But if you like use the acid on them, they don't explode, so that's bad. Uh, this one are just extra armored, I think. Just survive this. Can I go back? And there's like different levels with different enemy compositions. So these are just fast ones with low health. And like if they're groups, it's good to do the splash damage. Or not. Don't think there's anything here, but there should be more enemies somewhere. So like here you can use the splash damage very effectively. And there's these stars that give you bonus points and explode. Because you realized it doesn't really make much sense to have like high scores and stuff if you have to shoot everything because otherwise you die, so there needs to be optional stuff. So I added those stars. There's like this metal ones, the bullets bounce off of them, but the other types don't. Is, is there anything? There should be like a teleporting one. Oh, there's somewhere in the later levels. There's a teleporting one that if you hit him with the acid, then it can't teleport anymore. Or like this one. If I hit it with the acid, then it doesn't teleport away anymore. But the other projectile types don't care about it. So you can hit him with that and still kill him. But he could still teleport away. Rip. I think that's all. Yeah, it's just this. So if I hit that one won't teleport. Oh, and then these are magnets, and those attract the metal bullets, but not the other ones. I don't know. It kind of works. Yes, road trip along memory lane. This one, this one is actually a very sophisticated one. So you have like different, I don't know what you call it, like ships. Then you can equip it with weapons and some upgrades. It's like make it go faster, regeneration. This gives you very little max health, but upgrades everything else. And then you start it, and then you like try to survive in an arena with the weapons and loadout you've chosen. Oh, and this is somehow like a very late level. This was like level 7. Every time you die, you drop down one level. It's probably because I was testing something. Why it starts at level 7. There's like these enemies. And they have like different ammo types, like the gray one for the bullets and the blue one for the energy weapons. And mines also use uh, the normal ammunition. And you can try this and die. This is a stupid weapon, this is better. It's like a tank or something. With health and mana, yeah. Yeah, the red number is health, of course. And those are your ammo types. Or you could call it like energy or mana or something like that. And there are all these different enemies. And I just want to die to go back a level. No. Yeah. Don't know, I think it's really cool. But was way too ambitious. Way too much stuff to uh this is inspired by Gunstar Heroes, if anybody knows that game. That I wanted to create uh, a remake, inspired a spiritual successor. I prototyped a few weapons. So because you have like these four weapon types, uh, and or you can match two of them together. So like double fire would just be a stronger flamethrower. Fire and bubbles is like this short one because that's the same as in Gunstar Heroes. Doesn't really make much sense. But this with fire and the gas, it creates this long-lasting uh, gas. With rapid fire and flame, you get this bazooka sort of deal. Double poison or gas is like this sticky, so you can stick it to surfaces and then enemies will die. Yeah, and there are a few more combinations that are missing that I never managed to add. Just a few weapon types. And I have minus 100, minus 200 health. Because who needs to reset the level if you can just have negative health? This one, very ambitious. You're like in space, you shoot down asteroids and get resources. And then you're supposed to like sell those resources, buy better things, have like 3 of the yellow things. And then you can go to a planet and you're supposed to sell them, but I think I never added this that you can sell those resources. And like these asteroid fields are bound to specific locations, like here you have the coordinates, and they only appear at specific locations. So if at minus 6, 8 there's no asteroid field, then there will never be any asteroids. I would need to go to some location where asteroids spawn, like apparently here. And the planets are placed randomly all over the map. Ooh, wait, does it even have a damage model? Oh, I'm slightly damaged. Wait. Yeah, now I'm destroyed. This one, blocks fall down and you try to not get crushed. That's pretty much it. But it's a lot of fun actually. It's a very simple concept. And then you get crushed, and then you're dead. And the blocks just keep on falling. This one! So, this is a huge one. It's a bit complicated. So essentially, what's going on? I'm this green dude here, circle, and then these red ones. If they ever like crash into them, I destroy them, and they split into like such yellow and green ones. And then like if the green or the red things eat those, then they transform into uh some other things. So like this blue one has electric shock. This one has spikes, so if you get near it, it protects itself. But the blue one just electrocuted it. And the idea is like you have all these enemies that interact with each other, and you have like two gauges. Like the green one is your hunger meter, which constantly drains. So you need to keep eating stuff to keep this up. And the red one is your health, which was like if you take damage, like by electricity or something, or some other enemies with spikes. Uh, yeah, if this goes to zero, you also die. But like eating stuff slowly regenerates health, but not as effectively uh as the hunger meter goes up. And the challenge is more or less that you want to keep like a balance between how many enemies you keep around you. Because if there are too little enemies, you won't get enough food for yourself. But if there are too many enemies, then they will transform into more dangerous things that will kill you. So like right now, my food is draining really quickly, my hunger meter. So I would need to see to get some more, some things to destroy them. I would need to get an economy going, or not an economy, an ecosystem. So, and like this yellow one, if it eats a few of the green ones, it just turns into this cocoon or something. Yeah, there are a few. Wait, if the yellow one, I think it needs to eat like 3 of the yellow dots, then it transforms into another one. I'm not sure anymore. No, you ate those. No. Yeah, then he turns into a big one. And this one is harder to kill and will actually deal you damage if you try to kill it. And like the spiked one, it always protects itself with the spikes. Except if it sees like the yellow ones, then it homes into that to eat it. And then it is distracted so you can destroy it without running into the spikes. Yeah, and the challenge is more or less to keep this ecosystem growing, keep it alive, because if you like just eat everything, then you will don't have anything anymore. Then we won't have any food anymore. Yes. And then you get to this screen, and you can slowly watch your hunger meter slowly drain, because there's nothing here anymore. This is probably some life lesson uh about getting about species getting extinct and how it's important for ecosystem to to have uh different animals and everything. Yeah, if you use up all your resources, then it's bad for you. No, the hunger is gone and now the health slowly quickly drains. Bam, and I'm dead. And I survived for 5 minutes. And I, no, not just that. And I just like the different starting configurations. Like there's also like this ones that lay mines for some reason. Oh, yeah. The idea is that like every type, like these mines, like this, just the spiked one just exploded on this mine. Like every type, they interact with each other. Like this one electrocutes everything in front of it, but you can get it from behind. And the other smaller blue ones have 360 degree of attack. They just attack each other. So that's just like one small part of this ecosystem. Is the idea at least. But it's just very confusing. Doesn't make much sense. Like why do the green things develop into the red ones and those if you kill it, it splits into 3 green ones and it doesn't really make much sense, but I think it's cool. And there's something going on down there. It's gonna kill everyone. Yes. Oh, this is draw your own level. You can draw, someone in a keyboard can play, and then you can play the level you drew. There's like water that goes up, 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 up. And then you can create your own platforming challenge. Or draw it as you go. It's too difficult. This one. Another top-down shooter thing. This one has weird controls because, as you can see, like, if I move forward, I move towards my crosshair. And if I move sidewards, I move sidewards relative to my crosshair. So it makes it easy to circle strafe something, but it's very confusing to get the hang of it. Essentially have like a bazooka to shoot things. Explosive barrels, a Uzi, a flamethrower, a pistol. Like this one reflects shots. Boom. Bow. And then if you die, you see your high score. Or not? No, it just shows you the high score. Jet client. This was some jet client I made based on a tutorial. It's just testing some uh networking and things. I didn't really do much with that. I just followed the tutorial to get that. Here I wanted to make an organizer. And I started with all these nice icons and things and wanted to create like reminders, and I wanted to create like the organizer for me that's perfect for me with to-do lists and everything. But all we have here are nice movable calendars. Why doesn't the calendar explode? Yeah, I'm asking this myself. It should explode. What is this? Okay. Uh, wait, what? Okay, you can play the dinosaur and the stick figure. Wait. The dinosaur can eat the stick figure. And the stick figure can jump, can stomp crates around. And you can... okay, I can do something down there. And I can even block. And I can do a Kamehameha. Roguelike calendar. If you miss a meeting, you have to start the year again. Game of the year or calendar of the year. And there's this wizard dude. I have no idea. I have no idea what this was supposed to be. But you can push crates around. It's always fun. And you can eat. Calendar of the year every year. There's another version of that one thing, that one platformer. Even has a door to the next level, which is just a test room, like all the other rooms. I can go like this. And then it's just empty level. This was part of when I realized I could do 3D games using only 2D graphics. That I don't even need to know 3D graphics. I can just have gameplay in 3D, but all the graphics be 2D. Like that was a very galaxy brain moment. I mean, the sprite sorting is a bit bugged, as you can see here. Doesn't quite fully work out, but you can like rotate everything. Can like go up here. It's like a 3D platformer. Crazy. Yeah, this level has like secret entrance or secret tunnel. Like I really want to make such a isometric 3D platformer. It's really fun to make those. Whoop. Oh, it's just an empty level. Yeah. Uh, this one, spacebar and control. I'm not sure what this was. We can throw them around, generate more stars, and attract them to your mouse cursor. And the numbers just shows how many you've generated. Oh, I think this was for testing um, a thing with lag. No, it's not actually not Christmas related. Um, what I wanted to do here is like if you have lots of things, it would of course eventually start to lag. But I didn't want the game, like, because in Flash you always like have to decide if you're doing something within a frame, and if it extends the frame then it seems like player is freezing. It's like freezing up. So instead I decided to, like, if there are too many objects, if I like can manage to do 300 objects per frame and to stay within the time limit, and I have 600 objects like in here, I would just like animate or simulate half of them in one frame, and the next frame I would simulate the other half. And so it would still run at 30 or 60 FPS, whatever this is, um, without the Flash player freezing up. Um, but everything is still simulated. But of course, to the end user, it still looks like it's lagging because things are only done every other frame then or later. Yeah, but it's not really useful. Just don't spawn millions of things. uh, this is actually something that's quite playable. I'm the black dot. I can move with arrow keys. I can collect those blue and purple things, and the red ones try to kill me, and the green ones try to kill me, but they explode. And the yellow circles explode too. And the idea is they all follow you, but you can like lure them into the other things, into each other, and like the green ones are supposed to be spikes, so you can lure them into the spikes and then they're killed. And there's like two versions. The other button is where I tested adding graphics. This one has like sorta graphics. It's like the blue one gives score and a purple one gives life, I think. Like down there is like your health bar. Like take damage. Bam. Explode. Game over. Your score is 7. Your score 7. Strategy game. Here I had the idea like you can capture new tiles based on how many tiles you already have in one contiguous space. So you could try to like cut off your enemy's area. Then capture the base and so on. But this has a few problems. Like you see, it's not responding anymore. It's because uh, I didn't oh, I didn't know how to do like calculate how many tiles there are contiguous from one color. So I created like I wrote like this algorithm that traverses everything, and it basically tests too many too many variations. Like it explodes exponentially the amounts of tests it does. Because I didn't realize I could just skip all the tiles I've already been to because it's still guaranteed to get every tile. Uh, if you follow it through, like a backtracking algorithm or like a depth first search or something. Or there's all things that I didn't know back then. So it will just crash. Or take a very long time to calculate the frame or the next turn. And it's also very unbalanced because the first player has a massive advantage once he can just like advance over there and just take over everything within one turn. Maybe if it's a lot more balanced, if you balance it, it could be a good game. But I didn't know how to. This is based on the car example. I wanted to see how I can add drifting to a car. So I added how I thought drifting would work. It's like a super accurate drifting simulation, of course. I think you even have like a handbrake, and then you can do like turns like this. That is, of course, how drifting works. And there's like a few levels. Can try to get the best time. And notably, it has an editor, but it's a very bad editor because you can just click on a tile and cycle through all the types of tiles. And then you can play this. Like two. Yeah, it's a horrible editor. But I can make donuts. Very, very realistic driving game. There, Tetris, and they're like, oh, it's easy. I have like this idea for special tiles to spice up Tetris. So it's like this mode where we only get like the strange tiles, that are more or less randomized. And the music you hear for this mode is very special. It's the Tetris theme, but in reverse. I think it's really, really cool. Nightmare Tetris, exactly. Yeah, the other modes aren't that interesting. It's like Didi mode is here. It's like the easiest mode. It's like super slow. Yeah, made this fancy effect. Made a clear a row. Otherwise, it's just normal Tetris. Wait. There's like easy. It's a bit faster. And then it's hard. It's speed up. The music is also speed up, and you get more of the special blocks. Which is of course really fun. Not if you got something like this. Like what? And then there's impossible mode, which is not really impossible, but it's just really fast. Yes, Tetris. Very important. Help. Those are Tony Triminos. Yes. They are not Tetronymous. They are Tony Triminos. Yeah. And I even have credits. Very important. And Tony Games, the name I thought would be cool to have for the games. Oh, a published one, a polished one. This game you shoot the enemies, but you can only see them whenever the sweeping line goes across them. So it's like uh, it's more like a horror game actually. No? Phew. Yeah, and then they just keep on spawning at the same speed, I think. And if they catch you, it's game over, and like your score is your it, how many enemies you've shot times your accuracy, and then it even has like local high scores. Bam! I'm good. I'm the best one. Damn. It's really fancy. Ooh, another polished one. So the goal of this one is just to color as much floor or color more floor than your opponent. And it's like one controlled with WASD, the other with arrow keys in this case. Yeah, and you just paint over as much as you can. And at one time, only 3 seconds left. Oh no, oh no. And then it tallies up and blue won. So it's me. And this one actually has like, you can have up to 4 players. You can set the time limit to 4 seconds. And then you can like, oh no, only 4 seconds left. Blue won again. And you can like change the teams, so you can have like 2 uh, players play together in the same team. And one fun thing is you can remap the controls, like down, up, left, right, up, down, right, left, down, up, right, left. Now they're all inverted. Now I control all players with the arrow keys. We they can make fancy things. And this game is actually an example of this. When you see when I start the game, that there's like a short loading time. It's because like the same problem with one of the earlier prototypes. Like it just takes far too long to load all those tiles because you could probably make this performant with some editing a bitmap or something, but I didn't know how this works back then. So every square you can color is a movie clip in Flash, and it just checks for if you touch it, if you're close to it, and then recolors that movie clip or changes the frame of that movie clip to that frame which has the same color as the player. So there's this loading screen that takes a bit. Now it's really fast on this PC. But yeah, this is really cool. Then helicopter, I showed this off earlier. 2-player game, deathmatch, but oh, which is actually like quite playable. And with this one, wait, you can do a looping, another looping, but you can fly upside down. Boom, tile-based test. Ah, this was this. Ah, I have a press down, I have a shotgun, okay. And if the other one can lay bombs, but somehow they don't explode because I think I was testing something and set the duration until it explodes way too high. So it doesn't actually ever explode. Oh, like, I think there are different maps, yeah. Yeah, it's just fully destructible terrain. Really, really cool. It's like glass is easily destructible. The other stuff not as easily destructible. sad that the bombs don't work. Could probably go in there and find that timer, but I'm not gonna do this now. Um, this one, yes, another one. That's actually a game. So you play this blob and you color the floor and discover the world using this. And you can suicide yourself and then see more of the level. You like that a lot. Which one? This one? Uh, or the earlier one? Yes, this one. Yeah, yeah. I was really happy with this one actually. Uh, like I think it's pretty cool. The inspiration came from playing Meat Boy. Back in the day. Yes, not Super Meat Boy, but Meat Boy, because their Meat Boy leaves like a trail on the tiles you move over. And somehow, like I thought it would be cool if that's how you discover the world or the level. And this would have worked uh, very good. The problem I had with it was that I had problems detecting where the world is already colored. And the way I do it is like just spawn again movie clips there, like these flash objects. And so the longer you play, the more of those you get, and then you again have the lag problem that it starts to lag everything, and then it would just add over more and more. And my solution to this was to, if you die, it just removes everything again, clears it again. But that's really stupid when you play it, because if you're like in a level uh, with spikes, there's some, and you hop on spikes and you lose everything, more or less your progress of what you colored, then it's really hard because you essentially start from zero again each time. And it's really funny because some other Flash game, like I played then later, uh, simply solve this by giving the player lives, and you have like 3 lives, and as long as you don't lose all your lives, all the colors remain, and once you lose every life, the level resets again. And that would have been like the easiest fix for my problem of these color blobs accumulating and eventually slowing down and freezing Flash. Like, if I would have just thought of that, I probably would have further worked on this one. Like, we can also like throw blobs of splash, blobs of color, of goo around to discover the world. And each time you do this, you get a bit smaller until you're very tiny. So you have to recollect uh, your pieces, the pieces of yourself. Yeah. Yeah, then a few things. There are like spikes, and there are like, yes. And they're like, yeah, they're like crates, and you can open those. This give you more of the scoop, so you can collect this and then grow larger. Now I'm gigantic, and if I now fall in there, it's like you split into many, many of those. Yeah, I mean, nowadays there are like many games like this. It wouldn't be very novel anymore. But yeah, I really like this concept. It's still a good game concept. Bam. Can you like change the colors somehow? I'm not sure. That's a timer. I made this once because my Uh, time wasted, time remaining. I think my my phone didn't have any uh battery anymore, and I needed a timer. No, I think that's what I used it for later. But I think because of this, like the initial thing was just to make a timer app myself, where I could customize like the alarm sound because it's kind of a shotgun, right? Or you can just start the Tetris team in reverse because that's still the best. Football. Isometric, two-player football. You can jump and shoot the ball. This is another one we never really played because, again, you have so much ghosting problems with two players on the same keyboard. But I mostly just wanted to see if I could like pull this off because it's more or less 3D. Because the ball you can like even juggle the ball more or less. And it goes down there. Yeah, but it's not very exciting. It's very hard to control. Uh, Action shooter. Shoot 'em up. Oh yeah, what did I do? Yeah, you can buy your upgrades. I think for testing I start the game with a lot of money. So I can buy all those things. Oh yeah, that's the right button. And you have like health, shields, uh, health, shield, and ammunition. Like this gives back ammunition. If you hit something, it's your shield. The shield slowly regenerates, but health does not. And then you can buy upgrades. And then you go advance in the levels. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. Adding a lot of bloom to everything, so it looks fancier. Now I have no ammunition anymore. Wait, I have a bit? No, not enough. They're dis-homing enemies. And they spawn far too slowly. Yeah. Swing! A good game. Can even design your character. So this is a platformer with a lot of inertia. That was really polished actually. And the main idea, you have these swings, as I call them, and you can attach to them and then move left and right to build up momentum and then release to go further. And you have to avoid the spikes. They have breakable blocks. And they have these cannons you can shoot yourself out of. Yep. Pew. And these goo blocks that slow you down. Whoop. And then you need to do a loop. A loop-the-loop, and then you go high enough. And then every level has like a hidden star that you can find, which unlocks the designs. to customize your player. Boom, 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 boom. No, no, no. Okay. Yes, and then there are different level packs. Standard, I played a bit a few days ago. The advanced level pack and the insane level pack, which is just like, why you do this to yourself? Why? Okay. Yes. Whoa! Okay, that was more luck than anything else. You weren't ever good at it. Yeah. It's a bit too difficult. More difficult than it needs to be. But it has like this cool level selection, everything, and even an editor that actually works properly. It's like, wow, it's an editor, a real editor, and you can test it. And in true web game fashion, you can export it into a string, and then you can just copy paste this in the chat to somebody else, and then somebody else could then go like import, and bam, they have the level. I can change this. So like this is that tile. Wait. Okay. Credits. Very important. Yes. It's a really good game. A Breakout remake with actual sounds. And you have a fancy effect whenever you hit the block. Very important. And power-ups. Yeah, it's just Breakout. This one, this was just testing out some drawing APIs. Like, because for most of the time I didn't know how to draw a line. Like in the early projects, whenever you saw a line, like a laser or something, that wasn't like using the drawing API to draw a line. No, it had like, I had like a movie clip that was like a rectangle, and then I just took that rectangle and I rotated it and scaled it so that it would fit where I needed it to. Because that's much easier than finding out how to draw a line. Yeah, that's just the volleyball game. So this game has a interesting history. Uh, in my class, some were playing blobby volley, just a simple volleyball game, and I was like, man, I could make this. And I think they were like complaining about something like, I just wish that something was different, would jump higher or something. So yeah, I mean, this game is simple. I can make this. And so like the next day, I like when I got home, I just made this. And the next day, I showed it to them, and they're like, "Yeah, hey, I remade Blobby Volley." And the cool thing is, like, you have all the parameters exposed, and you can like just edit all of them, uh, and then have like this huge ball or something. play with strange gravity. Okay, this is obviously bad settings, but uh, then you have your own custom volleyball. Now, as far as I know, Blobby Volley doesn't let you edit many things. I think like the score limit and things like that maybe. But like here, all of these things, it doesn't allow that many things. But yeah, it's basically Blobby Volley. And you can like make gravity -1 and then you can never win because the ball just disappears. Or make the ball too large. Not the second player as well. Ooh, that's really nice. I like this arrow. This is a tutorial with chokes in them. Oh my god. Okay, what I did here is here are the instructions. I hope you know how volleyball works, as you can view the extended volleyball tutorial. And it's just a link that opens like Wikipedia volleyball page. So you can read how volleyball works. Uh, Another version of the tile engine, tile-based game. But somehow this one is later, although it's missing a lot more things. I have no idea. And oh my god, are you ready? We've finally managed. We're at the last one, and it's a good one. Uh, so this one is essentially a snake, but not. Uh, you control the snake left and right, and there are these things you can eat to grow longer. But there are also these bugs that appear, which will also try to collect those resources. And if they get that, they evolve into stronger bugs that have like special abilities. Like this freezing bug will freeze me if I eat it. This is an exploding bug. If I don't eat it quickly enough, it will explode and then it will damage me. This is and this is one like that has like spikes. Yeah, and if I like I get those things. Each tile has a different property. Each type of thing. Ah, and now this bug just completely destroyed everything. Where there's like this TNT one, and I can activate it, and then I can use it like the explosion to kill an enemy. Or this one just destroyed itself. You are what you eat, Snake. Yes, you are what you eat. And like the okay, this one just killed me. And I thought like, yeah, I had this endless mode, this was like the main gameplay loop. And I thought like, I really need like this mission mode and things, like to have different chapters. And then you can select the tutorial and it just like teaches you like first you need to move around. Uh, and then you get to the next level and then you need to eat a few of those things to grow to a certain size. Uh, yeah, and it would like have all those things like a story mode, which would just go uh through all the different types of bugs you can encounter. It would introduce them one by one. But like now I'm damaged, and when I eat, bugs, I heal myself again. So it's like you see the damage visibly on the snake. And like if I activate the spiked tiles, like to do like the spike attack. Yeah. This was like the last project I abandoned. I was really set on finishing this. But it never happened. I should have just kept it at the survival mode, because that's already everything you ever need. Where the sound effect is coming from. I'm not sure if this is from a sound pack or if it's just me recorded and then changed a little bit. But it's like best sound effect. It's best sound design. Any game ever. Jump, jump, jump. Blah. Then I'm dead. And they kill me. No, don't retry. Yeah, and there are all these things, there's some tests. There were like these stones that I tested. Like obstacles, we just bounce off of them. But that like brought a few bugs with it. So they didn't really work out. And like they have all these cool abilities. Like the blue one gives you super speed as a nest of bugs. Boom. And there's even like some test spiders. I was testing like the spider enemy that runs away from you. But it's not so cool. And this even has a help. Oh my god! The help section is actually like really well done. Look at all this, your health. See how to die, get off the screen, lose all tiles, destroy your head, laugh to death. Only included in the deluxe version. Ah, good joke. It shows everything. You can use special abilities. Now go and play the game and have fun. Yes. Yeah. We made it through all of them. There were a few of them. There were actual games. I hope I didn't bore anyone to death. There's still a few people here, that's nice. Yeah. I hope you all enjoyed it. Had some interesting insights. I have one fan. That's good. Any game you want to know? I want to have. Bored to death? Yes, I want to bore you so much you start developing your own games. That's because you just see how awful these are and tell yourself, I can do that better. That's the true source of motivation, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just gonna play this forever now. Because it's just such a good game. Yes, hope it's inspiring. Maybe I'll get to some of the concepts. and revisit them eventually. A few of them at least. Not all of them. Most of them are crap. It's at least it's all about execution. So still need to have a good execution. The dimer. The dimer is really good, yeah. It has the Tetris theme in reverse as one of its sounds, alarm sounds. So I think that's a really good project. It's very promising. No, I want those. And like, this is even missing one enemy type. Because like, I'm pretty sure I had a purple enemy. A purple food type. But that's not here. Either I disabled it, or this is not actually the most recent version of this project. But it doesn't really matter anymore. Because I want to keep working. I will not work on it anymore. But it's a bit sad. It sometimes happens that I lost a few things that are not the most recent version because of me being bad with backups and copying files between computers and USB sticks, and then overriding newer versions with older versions. Because what is Git? It's like an outlandish concept. At least it was back then. Look at how long snake I have. It's the circle of death. Death circle. No. What, that one almost got me now. No. I'm almost large enough. Just keep all the bugs out. It's mine. It's all mine. No. Don't you eat me. No. He ate it. God damn it. I'm just gonna... I'm a pro snake versus bugs player. Yes, this is everything. This is it. There any more questions? Anything before I go to sleep? Otherwise, I will just end this here, call it a day. No questions, no. Good. Thanks for answering for everyone. Good. I guess that's it. See you another time, maybe with some other prototypes outside of the Flash era. All my Java games. But I don't think those are as interesting. Well, see ya.